order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. It is Monday, April 12th. Tonight we are meeting in the Commissioners' Meeting Room at the Historic Courthouse in Carthage, North Carolina. Thank you for joining us. At this time, I will entertain a motion to enter closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion the board will enter closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11, A1, A5, and A6, and General Statute 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3, including a discussion of State versus Reed, Moore County File Numbers 19 CRS 50415, 17 CRS 50203, 17 CRS 50240, 17 CRS 50268, and 19 CRS 50416.
I second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. I might make note for the meeting that Ms. Caldwell is not present, but has called in to be part of the discussion. At this time, we will go into closed session. We will return no later than 6:30 p.m. to begin the meeting. I now call back to order this meeting of the Warren County Board of Education. Again, it is Monday, April 12th. We are meeting in the Commissioners' Meeting Room at the historic Warren County Courthouse in Carthage. Before we proceed with the approval of the agenda, I'd like to say a word of thanks to the County Commissioners and to explain our choice of venue for tonight's meeting. First, thank you to our Commissioners for opening these doors. County Manager Wayne Hess for facilitating our setup, and to employees of this historic courthouse who helped make this meeting possible. In an effort to accommodate more members of the general public, as well as provide room for social distancing and other pandemic protocols, Mr. Levy and I discussed ways to do both. I know that some members have questioned why we are not meeting on the school campus, or even in the central office. However, the logistics involved in setting up a school gym or auditorium necessitate a shutdown of the school facility throughout a day and a half of school time, as IT personnel run wires and set up TVs and computers. Using the gym or an auditorium means that PE classes are bumped outside and the theater classes cannot be on stage. It means that some of our extra large classes, where teachers are accommodating large numbers of students in our middle and high schools, cannot make use of large multi-purpose rooms either. Being allowed to use the Commissioners' meeting room allows our schools to operate in normal fashion. But to also allow a significantly larger number of visitors than can be seated at the central office, we are grateful for this room. I offer thanks to Mr. Levy for asking that we seek a way to bring the public on board. And of course, it is always possible to join us by watching the NCS live stream of this meeting. We have been asked by county officials to follow appropriate COVID protocols. We are asking to allow social distancing, especially for adults, and to properly wear masks while on county property. Of note, our work sessions on May 3rd and June 7th will be in the board meeting room at the central office in Carthage. Our May 10th business meeting will be again here in the courthouse in the Commissioners' meeting room. By June 14th, our schools will not be in session, and we are hopeful that we might be able to return to a school campus where we will not disrupt the academic day of our students. There will be more to be released on that day as we get closer to time. So, thank you for joining us this evening. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Motion has been moved by Mr. Jennison, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. I might know Ms. Caldwell is not with us this evening. She is celebrating her mother's 50th birthday. Thank you, Tom. At this time, we will now move to our Pledge of Allegiance, and I think if you'll join us there on the screens, see Ms. Emily Blackburn. Also a seventh grade student in Crane Street. I'm guessing that these two girls might be related. Are they twins? Twin sisters from Crane Street. So now to Miss Natalie Blackmore.
April's month of the military service. It is at the military to say goodbye to young people in their childhood and adults who are left behind. I've had to say goodbye to my dad many times for either employment or training. I also don't have an extensive family nearby. However, I have been very fortunate to have few teachers really step up and encourage me along the way. They will make each impact for myself and my brother and sister. It is a comfort to know that when I come to school, I understand that academically and socially.
Thank you. Thank you to the five young people from Crane Street. Principal Melanie Jones in the back. Please give them our regards. Ms. Thompson, why don't you lead us in a moment of silence?
If everyone would join me in a moment of silence at this time, please.
Ms. Hannah Daniels is a first-year theater arts teacher at Union Pines. She came to Union Pines after graduating from Appalachian State University with a degree in theater education. During college, Ms. Daniels worked as a theater teacher at the prestigious Flat Rock Playhouse, the State Theater of North Carolina. Ms. Daniels was tasked in her first year with not only following behind longtime theater arts teacher Judy Osborne, but also the responsibility of maintaining the Union Pines stage award-winning standard during the global pandemic. Her hard work came to fruition in March when Union Pines stage successfully streamed their performance in the Disney production of Frozen Jr. Ms. Daniels' skills and abilities are those of a veteran teacher. Union Pines High School is excited and lucky to have her on staff, and we are proud to recognize her as the Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Employee of the Month. Congratulations. The Daniels family and Principal McCormick from Union Pines High School, please stand. Stephen Bowe, please join Vice Chair Thompson at the front. Is it pronounced Bowe? Mr. Bowe from Deeds Creek Elementary is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree. Mr. Bowe joined the Deeds Creek Elementary as a custodian in the summer of 2019. Although he has years of experience in counseling and servant leadership roles, he chose to join the Deeds Creek team when they needed him the most. He worked tirelessly with the custodial team to get every teacher moved into the school. He then transitioned to the role of teacher assistant with the kindergarten team. He is known for singing, dancing, and dressing ridiculously during the morning car line drop-off. He also has positive relationships with every person in the building. McDeeds Creek recognizes him not because he is loved so much, but because he is also this year's Teacher Assistant of the Year. Congratulations, Mr. Bowe. Members of the Bowe family and Principal Katz are here. If you would stand and be recognized. If you'd like to dance your way back to I may have to drive the car line just to see you out there. Our next honoree is Chadrick Cooper. Mr. Cooper, could come forward. Chadrick Cooper is an 8th grader at the Community Learning Center at Pinckney. He maintains a high academic average and is a leader among his peers. Starting with the bus route to school, he sends text messages to classmates to make sure they are ready when the bus arrives. While in school, he enjoys participating in a fitness program organized by his teacher that focuses on setting goals and progressing toward them every week. He pushes his classmates to go beyond the limits they set for themselves. Outside of school, he excels on several sports teams, including soccer and basketball, and he always looks for ways to be helpful at home. He enjoys the time he spends at school and balances it with his other activities, checking in remotely on his virtual days to ensure that he is on top of his assignments. Chadrick shows us that the tighter way every day. Congratulations, Chadrick. And that is our Engage, Inspire, Succeed honorees for the month of April. Thank you very much. At this time, we will be moving to program highlights. Unusually, we have 2 program highlights tonight because we have so many good things going on within our schools. The first is from Cranes Creek Middle School, the second from our military and family aid. So we will enjoy hearing the presentations from these 2 groups. Dr. Ramsey.
Madam Chair, please introduce Donna Gephardt, Director of Youth Curriculum and Instruction, and Melanie Jones, Principal of Cranes Creek Middle School.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Ramsey, members of the school board. We are so excited to have Ms. Jones, principal of Cranes Creek Middle School, here with us this evening. You're going to learn how her falcons soar in all that they do. I'm going to let Ms. Jones tell you a little bit about what you're getting ready to see with her soaring students.
Thank you, Don. Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Ramsey, and board members. Thank you so much for allowing us to showcase our school. Don left out one key detail of the best middle school in Warren County. So just to preface this video, we opened the school year this year like no other year, and in our preparations to open this school year, we kind of found ourselves immersed in all of the details of how to keep everyone safe and healthy, and you can imagine those details were how many people are we going to need to take temperatures and screen in the car line to make sure our car line moves effectively, how much time is needed between classes to make sure we clean properly, and all of this was sort of kind of dampened our spirits because, you know, when you're in a normal school year, the excitement of opening the school year and seeing all the smiling faces, it was somewhat dampened by all of this anxiety. And some of the opportunities that we can normally provide in a school year, we just didn't see how this was going to happen. It didn't take my staff long to realize that remote learning was a learning curve for everyone, and that we needed to provide the students with some of those opportunities. And so we gathered together some students and we surveyed them and we wanted to give them a voice and a choice in some of their authentic learning opportunities. And so in this video, you'll see some of those opportunities that allowed our students on the days that they were at school to flourish outside of a pen and paper and eyes on a Chromebook. So. It's nice because you can compare your answers to see who's right and who's wrong. So it doesn't matter who's right or wrong, and it just matters how you bring down your answers. Something I like about working with kids in my neighborhood is I get to meet with people.
So students have gone above and beyond with the Survey project because they make it personal. They take the extra time, the hours, the thought. They bring seeds from home that they would see grow and thrive here just to see how they'll react. They'll
Thank you, Ms. Jones. The mural in the library is spectacular.
Yes, I hired a new media specialist this year, and she has revamped our entire media center, and the kids can't wait to get in there, and we often have to kick them out.
That's a good thing, a very good thing. Are there comments for Ms. Jones?
Let me just say this. Ms. Jones, I wanted to thank you, and I want to thank all the teachers, not just in your school, but in all the schools, for making this re-entry into a 5-day week, face-to-face, totally open schools to make it happen. I was just reading today that some school district in California is trying to figure out a way so that by the end of the month, they can do an AB curriculum with Wednesday off and only half a day. So by what you have done and what you teachers have done in working together with us, with the board, and with Dr. Grimsley, and Dr. Grimsley, and everyone else, is to make education really soar in Moore County. So for that, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I think we're all quite impressed. We'll look forward to seeing that media center and the special chairs, egg chairs that the kids are sitting in to have some privacy as they read as well. It's a very comfortable place to be.
Yeah, they like to turn off the lights and take their flashlight and read.
Well, thank you very much. We certainly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Our second focus tonight, a person highlight Dr. Ramsey.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll introduce Dr. Seth Powers and Ms. Rolly Sampson to give us an overview of Moore County Schools' support for military students and families in recognition of this month being April, the month of the military child.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsley, Chair Carter, members of the board. We are very excited to have the opportunity this evening to come to you and share some information with you about how Moore County Schools does support our military students and families. Certainly, we recognize the unique contributions and sacrifices of our military students, and we're thankful for the opportunity to celebrate them, especially as Dr. Grimsley said, this is the month of the military child, the month of April. So Rolly will be highlighting a number of the ways that the districts provide support. But I would like to remind you one thing, as you listen to what Ms. Sampson has to share. A rising tide lifts all ships. And please keep in mind that when we do things to improve the educational experience for our military students, 9 times out of 10, it also improves the educational experience to all students. So I'm very proud of that and proud of the work that we're doing. And I'll turn it over to Rose.
See if I can multitask this evening. Good evening. It is my pleasure as the Moore County Schools District Military Liaison to provide an overview of how we support our military-connected students and their families. Before we get started with the presentation, I thought I'd share a bit about my background. In addition to my role as a district military liaison, I'm also a licensed clinical mental health counselor associate. I'm a nationally certified counselor and a school counselor, and I have a bachelor's degree in counseling from University of University. My passion for military families, especially military children, grew out of my own experiences as an Army brat, a military spouse, and a veteran. I have 3 children who all graduated from Pinecrest High School, and my husband retired from the military just over 3 years ago after 29 years of service. I have a long history of advocating for military families at the local, state, and national level, including serving on the board Military Officers Association of America Spouse Advisory Council and being selected as a High Grounds Veteran Advocate Fellow. I currently serve on the board of directors for both the Samuels chapter of the Military Officers Association of America and the North Carolina Military and Government Counseling Association, and participate in the North Carolina Military Affairs Commission, Quality of Life Committee, and the North Carolina Military Interstate Compact. It has been my pleasure for the past 3.5 years to serve as the district's military liaison for Moore County Schools. So why is military support important? Military support for families important. Moore County Schools has a long history of serving military children due to its close proximity to Fort Bragg and Cohawken Airfield. However, the school district has seen a steady increase in military-connected students as a result of the 2008 base realignment and closing, which brought two major commands to Fort Bragg, Forrest Gump and USSR, between 2010 and 2011, making it the largest military installation in the world based on population. With over 50,000 troops, Fort Bragg's footprint has directly impacted our community through new home construction and an influx of military families. Today, about a fifth of our students come from active duty families, and close to a third have a parent, step-parent, or guardian who is currently serving or has previously served in the armed forces. The fastest area of growth for more military-connected students is Area 1, which includes Whispering Pines, Carthage, and Bass, where 26.7% of our students are from active duty families, and over 40% are military-connected. We anticipate that these numbers will continue to rise as new developments in Area 1 attract more families. While Area 1 and Area 3 are heavily impacted by the military, we also want to highlight that all of our campuses have military-connected students, including our schools in the northern part of the county. Moore County Schools recognizes the importance of supporting the unique needs of military children by ensuring our staff and leadership understand the challenges that military-connected students face through support programs, professional development, and a military liaison position. In the fall of 2019, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction launched the Purple Star Award for all North Carolina public, charter, and MDA schools. The Purple Star designation is awarded annually to schools that demonstrate military-friendly practices and a commitment to military-connected students and families. This year, all campuses within Moore County Schools have received the Purple Star designation and earned the State Superintendent Award for being a military-friendly district for 2020-2021 school year, which will be awarded on April 14th through a virtual ceremony. Moore County Schools will also have a student, Melanie Carmichael, a military child, and senior from Union Heights High Schools featured in the ceremony. As a Purple Star school district, we recognize the unique contributions military-connected children make to our campus by celebrating the month of military child across the school district. On Friday, April 12th, Moore County Schools will participate in Purple Up Day with other school districts around North Carolina by encouraging our staff and students to wear purple, the official color of the military child. We will also host our 5th annual Military Family Forum from April 19th to 23rd, where military families can provide feedback on the experiences their children have had in our schools. As a board member, you are welcome to attend the event outreach and with the school administrators on Friday, April 23rd at 1:30. The district military liaison position is a direct result of parent advocacy from the Military Family Advisory Council and the Military Family Forum. Parents felt the school district needed to offer the same level of support for military-connected students found in counties with state-funded military liaison counselors, such as Cumberland and Wayne County. In October 2017, I was hired as the first military liaison for Moore County Schools. I'm one of 5 district military liaison counselors in North Carolina, and the only one that is locally funded with impact aid. My position is also 11 months, and I can work 32 hours a week. My primary role is to be a point of contact and advocate for military families, and ensure that we consider changes or additions to policies and programs through military lines. I oversee several programs, including impact aid from the distribution of surveys through the application cycle, oversight for the UMPLAC program, manage the execution of the AYP program on 6 campuses, and support our S2S programs. Additionally, I assist inbound military families with enrollment, ensure we are compliant with the Interstate Compact, attend IEP and 504 meetings when needed, teach professional development, and support behavioral health needs specific to military students. Our student-to-student and junior student-to-student programs offer peer-based support that brings military and civilian students together to welcome new students, create a positive environment, support academic excellence, and ease transitions. Although the program has deep ties as a military child education coalition initiative, the program is open to all students. It also provides a platform for military and civilian students to engage and learn from each other. The program is founded on 5 core values: leadership, academics, service, finding a way, and relationships. Moore County Schools is still building its S2S and JS2S programs, with Union Pines High School setting the standard for excellence. Participants in S2S and JS2S have attended the Francel Hesseline Student Leadership Program and the MSEC National Training Seminar in DC. We are currently planning our S2S and JS2S forum and fall kickoff to help revitalize our programs, which have been extremely limited this past year due to COVID. Our student leaders look forward to once again participating in student orientations, student-led tours, service projects, and social activities. Moore County Schools receives funding from the Department of the Army Youth Program in your neighborhood, also known as APEN, to assist with after-school activities and educational support for active youth children. The funding is through a 3-year contract with a 1-year option and consists of up to $100,000 per year based on student participation. We are currently in our 2nd year of our 2nd contract. The funding is designed to be used to support all students participating in sponsored activities and not just active youth children. There are currently 6 campuses: Union Pines High School, Cranes Creek Middle School, New Century Middle School, Pinehurst High School, Southern Middle School, and West Pine Middle School who are eligible for the program, and each school must provide attendance rosters for participation to qualify for funding. Schools receiving funding have used it to host weekend tutoring sessions, new student orientations, academic support, offset costs for extracurricular activities, including transportation expenses, and student-to-student programs. There we go. Military Family Life Counselors, also known as MFLACs, provide one-on-one and small group, short-term, non-medical counseling support to children of active duty service members. The MFLAC program is funded by the Department of Defense and managed by Fort Bragg's Child and Youth Services through a contract with a third-party provider. The program is offered on 10 of our campuses with high active duty student populations based on data collected during our annual Impact Day and Military Identifier surveys. MFLAC support has been well received by both military parents and school staff. MFLACs often offer campus-wide programs, including small group activities that focus on deployment and transition support, as well as visit classrooms and participate in guidance lessons when appropriate. Although MFLACs are only authorized to assist with a specific sector of our military-connected student population, they work closely with the military liaison position to ensure military students not eligible for MFLAC services are able to access support from other resources. Due to the steady increase in active duty children, Moore County Schools will be requesting to expand the MFLAC program to several new campuses and increase MFLAC coverage on high population campuses for the future. For next school year. In January 2016, a group of military parents from across the school district established a military family council. The groups after offer military families an opportunity to support each other as well as provide feedback to the school district on programs and services that impacted military-connected students. At the time, each school representative volunteered to serve as a point of contact for new families as they transitioned to Moore County. The group also hosted the first military family forum that led the way for systematic changes that benefited all children. 5 years later, the Military Family Council is now the Military Family Advisory Council and serves as one of Moore County Schools' parent advisory councils. The group meets 6 times a year and includes parent representatives from all military-impacted schools. The meetings are open to any military-connected families across the school district. Each year, the Military Family Advisory Council reviews the recommendations from the Military Family Forum and works closely with Moore County Schools participant. But I would just like to highlight, we are actually the only school district in the state of North Carolina that has a parent advisory council dedicated to military families. Moore County Schools hosts an annual Military Family Forum in April, each year bringing together military-connected parents and students with school personnel and community leaders to discuss the unique challenges military-connected students face when enrolled in our school district. The annual event gives military family members an opportunity to identify areas of concern and provide recommendations and feedback to improve programs and policies that impact military-connected students. Each year, the Military Family Advisory Council determines the focus of the forum based on parent feedback from their individual campuses, as well as reviewing the previous year's topics and outcome. The event is open to all military-connected families, including staff. This year, our 5th annual Family Forum will conducted virtually from April 19th to 23rd, with each topic being discussed on a different day. The forum will focus on the following areas: transitioning student needs, behavioral health support, military spouse teacher licensure, and IEP support. Groups will outreach their recommendations on Friday, April 23rd to school administrators, and although space is limited, there is time for military families to register for the event by contacting me directly. Thank you for your attention, and appreciate the opportunity to discuss military support during the month of military child. At this time, I'm open to your questions and comments.
Thank you, Ms. Sampson. Are there questions or comments on this? I'll start us off by saying, back in my days of being a teacher at Pinecrest, we were tabulating students who stayed for after-school activities such that we could participate in the AYPYN program. And I can tell you that military children like to debate. And my debate team and speech teams were full of students who were knowledgeable about our world, who were involved in our world, and we had parents that were helping them be that way. So I enjoyed the military students who were so active in my school program. Are there other questions or comments from Ms. Sampson this evening? Or for Dr. Powers? All right, then we can move on. Thank you very much, both of you, Ms. Sampson and Dr. Powers. At this time, we'll move to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dennison. Second by Mr. Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries 6-0. At this time, we now move to public address to the board. Vice Chair Thompson, you will take care of it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have 11 community members that have signed up tonight for public speaking. I would just like to remind everyone that our time is limited to 3 minutes per individual speaker, with no yielding of time to other speakers and no extra time for those speaking on behalf of groups. As you come up and begin to speak, you will see the display of the 3 minutes on the screen, and the speaker is expected to stop when the countdown is complete. At this time, we will begin with Ms. Bruno, followed by Ms. Wilt, and if you would begin to prepare to come forward, followed by Mr. Lewis.
My name is Molly Bruno. I live in Pinecrest, North Carolina. On behalf of the citizens, parents, and grandparents of Moore County, we are delivering to you 900 signed letters, letting you know how much we despise this critical race theory. Okay. We refuse to allow this in our schools. You will not indoctrinate our children. You will not divide our babies. You will not be a pariah on the memory and work of our beloved Dr. Martin Luther King. Title IV of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination in public schools because of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Additionally, the Equal Educational Opportunities Act of 1974 prohibits deliberate segregation on the basis of race, color, and national origin. School districts, meaning you, are required to vanquish barriers to equal participation. To quote Martin Luther King, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." Do not think for 1 second that the citizens you represent will let this matter ride. If it becomes necessary to file a lawsuit to stop this indoctrination of our babies, we will join with other groups across the state in fighting this hateful ideology in the courtrooms. We will not allow the innocence of our children to be warped by such hate and such nonsense. Thank you so much.
Ms. Kay?
Good evening. My name is Kay Wilt. I live at 4 Blair Court in Pinehurst, and I'm here this evening to speak about the teaching of critical race theory in our classes. As a much older American, like many of you who are in my age group, we all worked in the 1960s to get rid of segregation, get rid of racism in our society. And I look around and what do I see with critical race theory? It is rearing its ugly head once again. Sorry. I know most of you don't realize that I am an older American, but Ed, you know, as well as I do. So, my concern is that our school children are not sufficiently mature to be able to understand the difference between critical race theory that is creating division rather than prompting friendship. As Pauline said, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination on many levels, and the Equal Educational Opportunity Act of 1974 also prohibits segregation on the basis of race or color and other items. Highlighting privilege, labeling people as oppressors or oppressed in curriculum sends a wrong message that is destructive to the mental health and to children's self-esteem. I urge more county schools to reject critical race theory and its hurtful teaching. Our children have lost a year of real education to prepare them for their future lives. They need help. They need to be able to read at grade level, to do mathematics at grade level, and I urge all of you to put your emphasis on those basic needs. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lewis?
Thank you very much. I'm here as a practicing historian. For the last 40 years, I have been privileged to have been sponsored by the United States Army Museum System, the New York Public Library, the American Theater Wing, the Directors Guild, and the Motion Picture Editors Guild in creating exhibits and writing history. Therefore, I'm very confused right now. I'm 72, and I think we have an expanding country. We have brilliant Latino and African American writers who are writing about discrimination. I don't know what we're protecting our children from when they all want to see Hamilton, which is a brilliant hip-hop version of the Founding Fathers, which won the Pulitzer Prize and was written by a Puerto Rican playwright. So I'm confused about all these things. I'm old, but I'm young, because I believe the future is always better than the past. And therefore, I'm very disturbed by Mr. Levy's trying to present modern history as presentism. I don't know a historian who believes in presentism. Every day, documents are discovered. We know more about the past. We know more about the motives of the people of the past. And nobody should be censored from this. We have better history books done by commercial publishers, but I don't understand this. But I was disturbed by the last work session when Mr. Levy said he tried to make a distinction between academic English and playground English. And I thought, what is playground English? Is it Spanglish, Ebonics, rap, Southern World English? Me and Julio down by the schoolyard? I mean, what is it? There's no such thing as playground English. There are vernaculars in history, in language. And I grew up, fortunately, in UN diplomatic housing, and that's where I discovered my love of the world, my love of other people. Because the Nigerian family was above us in 1951, the Chinese family was down the street. We didn't have a language, we were too young, but we found out we had a rapport. So I don't understand, but the idea of presenting a benevolent view of the Civil War is just ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next we will have Cynthia Dawn, did I pronounce that correctly? Afterwards, Mr. Jared Dont, I believe that's D, or Dent, I'm sorry, Mr. Jared Dent, and then Mr. Lowell Simon, if you prepare. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Cynthia Downs. I live in West End, and thank you for having an in-person meeting. I think this is really great, and I appreciate all of you do for our children. It's your passion, obviously, or you wouldn't be here. I'd like to start with 2 questions. The first question, show of hands, yes or no. Do you support the mission statement, the vision statement, and the core beliefs of the Moore County school system? Yes or no? I'd like to see. Do you support? Okay. My second question, also a little show of hands. Do you support and plan to fully implement the new social studies standards that were approved in February by the North Carolina Board of Education?
I'll go to jail if I don't, so go ahead, man.
It's on the record. I just want to know what y'all
Madam Chair, point of order. I believe that it's not allowed to speak while the speakers are speaking.
That's unnecessary. My call.
That's okay, thank you. I appreciate your...
Madam Chair, I'm just trying to enforce the rules uniformly. I call for a point of order. It's not unnecessary.
Thank you. Maybe Tammy will add time back to your...
Appreciate it. No, that's fine. My point is, it is impossible to truthfully answer yes to both of those 2 questions, to support the mission statements and to support and fully implement the new social studies standards. The vision statement tells parents that schools will ensure that educational experiences inspire students to reach their full potential and lead productive lives, that students will build knowledge, skills, and abilities for future success. The core beliefs state that the board is accountable for education of Moore County students. Instead of teaching our children as individuals that each of them can overcome any obstacle that's thrown at them, the new social studies standards introduces racism and gender identity starting at the pre-K level. That's 4-year-olds. They hammer it through every single year afterwards. By the time these children graduate, they'll have learned how to be divided. They'll be pushed into one group and taught to dislike everybody in the other groups. They'll have learned to be a victim first. This does not build future success. Social justice warriors are forcing school boards across the country to adopt their goals of racial division and victimhood. We've seen this before. 1917 Russia, 1933 Germany, and most recently 21 years ago in Venezuela. Now's the time to face the fact and successfully resist these Marxist goals. Numbers show us that parents and voters do not support these new social studies standards. They were introduced with approximately 8,000 petition signatures and pushed for a vote during the pandemic. Mark Robinson made us aware in late January and gathered over 30,000 opposing signatures in 1 week.
Thank you, Ms. Madden. Thank you.
I thought because she was interrupted by the secretary's outburst in violation of our school board law.
Mr. Hensley, this is out of order.
You stated she would have more time, and now you're denying her additional time. You stated out loud she would have additional time due to your outbursts that were in violation of our rule.
Mr. Hensley, please.
Oh, that's terrible. Are you going to give her additional time like you stated, Madam Chair?
Mr. Hensley, why don't you let me speak and we'll see. Ms. Thompson, I have asked that we allow the speaker additional time because she had been interrupted. If the speaker would like to return to the stand and finish, we would be pleased to hear you.
Thank you. I was almost done. I just wanted to reiterate that 8,000 signatures were supportive of the new social studies standards. 30,000 plus, and still counting, of North Carolina voters and parents are opposing the new social studies standards. These standards passed, the numbers were ignored by the North Carolina board. I believe that Moore County is in a unique position to oppose these standards. I think we could build a coalition of other county boards, refuse to accept these standards, and we have the numbers. Parents and voters do not support this. This is an elected board, and voters of Moore County need to be accounted for. Thank you very much.
I came here tonight to encourage the board to continue to study the issue of masks with school children. I understand this is a mandate from the governor that I encourage you to continue to study the issue. I'd like to add some facts that the public may not be aware of. In Sweden, schools during the pandemic instituted only relatively mild precautions against infection in the spring. Health authorities encourage pupils and teachers to wash or disinfect their hands regularly, keep their distance when possible, and stay home when ill. But neither teachers nor students wore masks, and close contacts of confirmed cases were not quarantined. Sweden Public Health Agency stated that children do not need to wear face masks. It is difficult for children to handle and wear face masks the right way, and children are not drivers of infection in this epidemic and do not spread infection the same way as regarding the Swedish citizens stated that even if schools do not require masking, the risk to families of in-person schooling is low. In a recent letter to the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine on January 26th, entitled Open Schools, COVID, Child, and Teacher Morbidity, several physicians stated that despite Sweden having kept schools and preschools open, we found a low incidence of severe COVID-19 among school children and children of preschool age during the SARS-CoV pandemic. It's important to remember that this issue of masks in school children is not without other casualties beyond health. For instance, instruction itself is affected. This is especially true for young children who learn sounds and phonics, and these topics are enhanced by visualization of instructors' tongue and lip movements to help learn how to produce sounds. The rise of the protective face mask has abruptly excised half of the face from our moment-to-moment human interactions. With it has come a removal of crucial visual cues that people have used for millennia to communicate, understand each other, and negotiate space in the public arena to find common good. Given that face masks hamper communication both verbal and nonverbal, using face masks and communicating with children can be challenging. I think I'll stop there because I'll go over by quite a bit. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank some of the previous speakers for making me feel so young. I appreciate that. I'm not sure what learning became the antithesis of education in York County, but I'm pretty sure it happened around November 4th of 2020. In recent weeks, it seems that some members of this school board have made learning the enemy of education. Sometimes we forget. There was a time when we thought the earth was flat. Since then, we've circled the planet from 100 miles up. Until 1900, we believed an atom was the smallest particle of matter. Now we're measuring particles smaller than a billionth of a centimeter. George Washington's doctors believed that removing excess amounts of blood could cure him. Since then, we cured millions of children by treating their blood while still inside their bodies. So too with history. When layers of archaeological digs have peeled back, we don't throw away the top layers. Instead, we uncover the new information that lies below. That doesn't take anything away from what we know, it adds to it. That's the idea behind the new social studies standards. No one wants to replace the Constitution with Stonewall, and no one thinks less of Washington because he owned almost 300 slaves. It's the humanness of people in history that makes their accomplishments so monumental. It's the idea that they were more like us than like big gods. It makes us realize we can also accomplish great things, even with our own faults. We have layer upon layer, and it added to the cache. It's why we need 4 terabytes. Instead of 25 years ago, we just needed 40 bytes. And 20 years ago, the letter I still meant me. Some members of this board believe we should deprive our children of that knowledge. They suggest that more information is a bad thing, and that we should censor students from anything that has been learned in the last century. By their standards, we would still be waiting to sail off the edge of the earth with leeches attached to our arms and legs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Allen, followed by Mr. Neighbor.
My name's Greg Allen. I'm a shop teacher at Calvary Christian School, and today we just took a 350 motor out of a truck with 7th grade boys, and they're rebuilding. The school's been active for over 50 years. We have 233 students. We have 43 staff. We have a budget of just a little bit over $1 million. At the end of the year, we have enough money to buy 3 people a Happy Meal. We don't ask anybody for any money. There's no federal money that comes into our budget. We're self-sufficient. Our tuition per student is just about $3,800 a year. There's a waiting list right now to get in our school, and there's a waiting list already for next year, so we're taking your students. And by the way, by taking your students, we love them. We love them, and they're doing well, but it's putting a little burden on us to bring them up to our standards, especially in reading and math. The curriculum, there's no hidden agenda to our curriculum. You're welcome to come down and see it. We don't hide anything. Our curriculum is based on the King James Bible. And we teach people, we teach those kids that God loves them, and we love them. We read the classics. We study Christianity instead of secular humanism. We study civics. We study the Constitution. We study that God created man in His image, so we don't have a race problem or a critical race theory needed. And that all men are created equal, like it says in the preamble to our Constitution. History, we teach world and U.S. history. We teach the warts and the greatness of America. We teach science, that God created the earth in 6 days and took a day off. We teach that there's 2 genders. And everybody, every man, woman, and child is created in His image. And God does love him and her equally. By the way, all churches can be open right now. Do we know that? They can be open with no government interference. By the way, we go to school every day. We didn't have to go to Sweden for a study. We don't have to wear masks. We don't social distance, and we've been open ever since day 1. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Henry. I live at 295 Farm Lane in Carthage. Thank the board for improving the superintendent's recommendation to bring all grades back to in-person instruction. Thank you, Dr. Honoree, for that decision and implementing that decision too. So as a parent of a UP freshman, it was critical to her education that she get back to school full-time in-person instruction. So I appreciate it. I want to give my comments and opinion about the social studies curriculum, and specifically any proposed instruction that teaches or incorporates any form of critical race theory. Our curriculum should reflect the values and principles of our community, not doctrines of political ideologies like socialism, which are anathema to our Constitution, our Republic, and our nation. I would like to point out we all stood in pledge allegiance to the flag earlier and to the Republic for which it stands. The socialist doctrine is contrary to our Republic to which we've sworn to pledge our allegiance. So I'm against critical race theory. Let me briefly tell you what I'm for. I'm for the following. Teach the importance of character, not skin color. Teach the importance of equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Teach our Constitution and the principles and ideals embodied therein, not racial divisions and the culture of haves versus have-nots. Teach the golden rule. Treat others as you want to be treated, not as they treat you. As a conservative, I want to conserve what is good about America and continue to strive toward the ideals upon which our country was founded. We can do that. We can teach the greatness of our country while acknowledging our shortcomings in try to improve that, but not through teaching through social indoctrination. In my opinion, critical race theory only serves to continue to divide us and identify us by race and grievance and is wrong for all kinds of schools. Let's focus our social studies curriculum on teaching that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let's start with that. So I'm asking for your support. The community needs to see more specifics on what will be taught in the classroom for social studies curriculum. I'd like to see publish the full curriculum on the Moore County website so parents and the community can see that and learn for ourselves. Provide information on who created this curriculum, who's funding it, what's behind that. The community must be involved in the selection of the curriculum. Thank you.
Is it Mr. Hyatt? Mr. Hyatt, and followed by Christina McCall, Ms. McCall.
Good evening. I'm Frank Hyatt, recently retired teacher. One of the controversial changes in our Christian and social studies courses has been two proposed. One, critical race theory, which is demeaning to Caucasian people in derogatory of our nation. A recent newspaper article related to teachers in Wake County, where CRT was openly practiced, were given a handout describing white cultural values as denial, fear, blame, control, punishment, scarcity, and one-dimensional thinking. Whiteness, they said, perpetuates the system of injustice and should be challenged by teachers. This is blatant racism, state funding. Teachers are also taught that when parents test the system, they're being convinced. You know what's best for the child. A second, more recent proposal has been from conservative legislators with the requirement that a political opinion or a position brought up by one party should be balanced by one of the opposing political parties. Fair enough, it does little to alleviate our present divisiveness in our country. And we shouldn't politics like religion be kept at home. I suggest another strategy in our schools which may in time reduce our bitter dividedness. The early and continued use of a unifying concept, American patriotism, that we are blessed to live in what most people agree is the world's best country, a large, bountiful continent of great varied beauty. Economically, we prosper more than those, so many people have moved here to the land of opportunity and made a better living than before, like Nigerian immigrants, to exceed our average income. And black, brown, white, or yellow, we're all Americans. We must realize that whatever present problems we have, we can usually solve them with compromise. Ongoing lesson for our young people. I'm lucky to live in this great country. We're the best. Question from the teacher. What can I do to help us get better? How can I be a good citizen? I can't see teachers' suggestions on civic responsibilities class discussion. On American history, point out that the advances we've accomplished in many dimensions of Americans have made, which have improved life for so many of the world's people. The automobile, airplane, modern medical care, countless inventions by Thomas Edison, and many others. Reading through our history, we must recognize our past sins, most of which have been corrected, but to dwell on them as CRT foolishly describes about nothing. Year after year, realistic and positive teaching will help our children to be responsible Americans and happier people. The introduction of critical race theory into our schools will benefit no one but its proponents.
I'm here today to discuss the elephant in the classroom, politics. We are in a politically tense atmosphere. For many, political views and values are driving every decision in our lives. Our teachers and students are affected by the decisions in this room, in Raleigh, and in D.C. Most often, these political decisions are funded and are driven by agendas. This is true on both sides of the aisle. We need to find a way to insulate our children from this as best we can. Recently, I read about your discussions regarding the new social studies standards. First, I just want to say that I request you delay the rollout of these new standards until the 22-23 school year, so that the curriculum that incorporates these standards can be properly vetted. After hearing a recent speech given by Superintendent Truitt, it is my understanding that there is some flexibility with these standards. I implore you to take every bit of caution necessary to make sure we get this right. The public needs to know what the selected curriculum and resources are. I suggest making the lessons public on each school's website based on grade level, so that parents can follow along with their children. Keep in mind, things like critical race theory and social emotional learning are tools being used by political activists across the country. These are polarizing issues. We all need to feel confident that the process is transparent and that the public becomes part of the conversation. You can't afford to get this wrong. This is a topic that makes nationwide news daily, and everyone is watching. A couple of years ago, I raised concerns about the process and motives surrounding the redistricting plan. I was told by a school board member that maybe I should just go private. So we did. Many of us did. I hope this new board will make more of an effort to address parents' concerns instead of telling us just to go private, and find a way to make us all feel like we belong in our tax-funded North County public schools. Thank you.
My last name is Antoine, Mr. Antoine, and okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anton Sadovnikov. I'm a first-generation immigrant from the former USSR. I've been a resident of Moore County for the last 10 years. I feel compelled to speak to you today because, like many others, I've become increasingly alarmed over the impending proposed changes to our social studies curriculum. These changes, which incorporate elements of critical race theory, not only paint the history of our great country in an unfairly negative light, but perhaps most importantly, they are ahistorical. I urge the board to reject these harmful changes. I also urge the board to give the public a voice in this matter. I urge the board to create a committee composed of members of this board, educators, as well as members of the public to examine and review currently proposed changes, as well as any other changes to our school curriculum. Let's together reject anti-American bias and the injection of blatant partisan political activism into our schools. Thank you.
That ends our speakers and the sign-up.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you to all our speakers. At this time, we'll take about a 3-minute break, and that is just to allow people to exit if they so desire. I would ask our board members ready to go in, so we still have a lot more agenda.
privacy. Madam Chair, I members of the board. Sorry, is that better? I think I'm Madam Chair, thank you, Dr. Grimsey, other members of the board. Dr. Grimsey and myself presented the superintendent's proposed operating budget on March 1st and then again on March 29th. The proposed superintendent's budget that we're bringing to you tonight is the same as those budgets with two exceptions. Based on the feedback and comments from the board at the March 29th work session, we have increased the capital outlay funding in the budget, as well as the digital fund held at the county. Those amounts, we're increasing those by 3.77%, the same amount that we're using for the total budget from local funds. That amount increases from $750,000 to $778,275, which is a total budget of $140,948,103. Subject to board approval, the Moore County Schools budget will be presented to the county commissioners on April 20th. The county commissioners will then hear the county manager's recommended budget on May 18th. A public hearing for that budget will be on June 15th, and we have not got a confirmation on when the county commissioners will act on their budget. And I'm happy to take any questions on the proposed superintendent budget.
All right, at this time, if there are questions or if there's discussion, floor is open. Questions for Mr. Cox or for Dr. Grimsey about the presentation. We make note that Mr. Lee, your proposal from last week about increasing the digital learning amount and the capital outlay amount was incorporated into the new figures.
Yes, thank you.
Are there questions or concerns? All right, seeing none, then ask for a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the superintendent's budget as presented.
Second.
The motion has been made by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mr. Dennison. Is there further discussion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to amend the motion.
What state your amendment, please?
I would like to amend the motion, and I'll discuss my reasons why. I would like to offer an amendment, a three-prong amendment. The first prong is we added the following three requirements to the budget. The first requirement is that we, the school board, require that during the summer of calendar year 2021, we conduct a line-by-line, and position-by-position review of the operational budget and create a ground-up, zero-based budget. The second prong is that we require that by the next budget, we incorporate the operational and capital budget so that it's one. And third, to the largest extent allowed by law, any future COVID-19 related funding or other windfalls be applied to capital repairs and improvements.
Is everyone clear on Mr. Hensley's amendment?
Yes, and I'm second.
Are there questions or concerns?
Yes, I'd like to discuss the reasons why.
Go ahead.
Did you record, I think it was a second to...
Yeah, Mr. Holmes.
I didn't know whether it was recorded or not. Thank you.
I don't know if it is part of it.
Okay.
So I'd like to start off by saying that there are some wonderful things in this budget. The per pupil funding with increases tied to increases in Raleigh's solved long-standing issues with uncertainty in local funding. The classified staff raises are obviously long overdue and have the unanimous support of the board. However, there's some not so great things about the budget. The first thing that I have to say is there's a lack of clarity. As I look the background documents up on my phone, if you look at the superintendent's proposed budget, at least as it's presented to the board, and you look at the funding, there's $80 million, $83 million, or whatever, and it's 3 lines. We get $83 million, and then there's educational expenses, or instructional expenses, and other expenses. And I would submit that that is the extent that anyone on this board really knows what's in the budget. We haven't had a meeting of the budget subcommittee. There's a complete lack of clarity. It's like we're being asked to vote and we don't even know what's in it. In the past couple of weeks, several things have come to light that I don't think anyone else on this board knew was in the budget. And although these are trivial in dollars, they're illustrative of the process of having us vote for a budget that we don't know what's in it. Things that have come to light is we're paying to advertise in the pilot, no idea of the amount or the purpose. There's some concern that library books aren't being purchased. And again, we've never had a meeting of the budgets committee. How lazy is that? Now, the budget committee did provide liaisons to the superintendent's budget committee, but there's been no independent meetings of the budget committee. So that's the first reason, is lack of clarity. And I'm certainly not going to be, Nancy Pelosi said, we're going to vote on the budget to see what's in it. Well, we're not even going to know what's in it now that we vote on it. And then the budget ignores the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is the $110 to $130 million in unfunded capital repairs and maintenance. I believe that with the new school board, we have a genuine chance to work with the county commissioners to fund the repairs, but we have to earn their trust, and we need to present an honest plan that they can rely on and trust. So therefore, that's why I offer the amendment to just summarize real quickly, require this summer a line-by-line and position-by-position review of the operational budget and create a true ground-up, zero-based budget rather than doing what we did this year, just saying, oh, we're going to get $1.8 million more dollars, how are we going to spend it? And then secondly, require that we truly address the unfunded capital repairs and unfunded maintenance so that we can repair our schools. And then thirdly, we need to guard against when we get windfalls such as the expected COVID-2 and COVID-3 relief, that we use that to invest in our infrastructure, not create billets that will go away in 2 or 3 years due to lack of funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Hensley about his motion?
I would just like to make a comment, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
If I can. I would just like to remind our board members, my colleagues, that we did have a superintendent's budget committee that we met in January. And we went through the budget, the overall budget in detail. At that time, the comment was made by Mr. Hensley and I think at the January board session by Mr. Levy and other board members that we did need a detailed line item budget. And it was discussed that would be forthcoming in the summer, early fall. So I think we have already discussed that, talked about that coming, and knew that at this point in time, with our new budget members coming on in December and with our budget calendar, that the timing just did not permit us to go into line item by line item detail. So I just would like to comment that, we did recognize the desire to go into a detailed budget. However, with our budget calendar, the timing just did not permit us to do that at this time.
I can add to that I know that Dr. Grimsey has already scheduled sessions to do a line-by-line budget analysis once this budget cycle is complete. It's pretty difficult to carry on both at the same time, such that for early fall, that line-by-line analysis is actually already on the schedule. Am I correct on that, Dr. Grimsey? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Lee?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment. So it sounds like to me that everyone, and I'm sure this may not be the case, that we're all in agreement with what Mr. Hensley is saying. Because as I understand Mr. Hensley, what he's saying is we are going to do it this summer or into the fall or whatever. We're going to do a zero-based budget. And that is what is planned. Let me explain my thinking on this. A couple of days ago, I wasn't thinking too much of the budget, but I happened to have had a happenstance meeting with some parents from one of our schools. And they were worked up because they said that they haven't purchased any library books for the school in 10 years. Well, I checked to see what was going on, and I checked with another source, and I found out that apparently in our budgets, the principals are given a lump sum of money. From what I understand from Dr. Privacy, it's so many dollars per student based on our average daily attendance. And then they can decide whether we're going to buy library books or whether we're not going to buy library books. You know, we're in the reading business. We teach reading. That is our, if not our number one goal, I think it is our number one goal. And it certainly is one of our core things that we do. And so when we find out that we've got a budget that doesn't address these things, I get very concerned. And I've always said that I was concerned because what we have here is a baseline budget. And I agree, we haven't had the time to really go to a zero-based budget because of the time element and having to get this to the county commissioners. But we very much need to get into the minutiae, especially things like library books, to make sure that every single library has a budget for new library books in every single year. We need to take a look at each, I love it when we call them billets. I'm not military, and I apologize. But each and every position to take a look, but do we need these positions? Can we use this money elsewhere? And I hate to keep bringing it up, but maybe do we need money for seatbelts and buses? And by the way, I did want to call everybody's attention to the fact that just, I believe it was yesterday, in Johnson County, there was a bus accident, and 4 students were injured. And I dare say they were probably injured by having to move about the bus when the bus was hit. So if those students were in seatbelts, my belief is they would have been injured. I don't want to get too far afield. The bottom line is, this is a good amendment. And oddly enough, I think we all agree to it. So I think we should all pass it. And this is basically as good a budget as we're going to get for right now. But we do have to take a very, very close look at next year's budget. And I think Mr. Hensley is agreeing with you.
Are there other comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a few comments.
Mr. Dennison.
To go over 27,000 items in a budget is, to me, unrealistic. I have 20 years experience looking at school budgets, and I have 40 years with business operations budget, and I can guarantee that a business operations budget is simple compared to a school operating budget. We have a responsibility to provide the superintendent with what he feels he needs to read or to accomplish what we want him to do. And while I don't think we should dictate our principals how they should spend the money they have and make it be the same for every school, they're in a much better position to do that. We're supposed to judge how we're doing in our schools by the results we're getting, not by spending more time talking about a $95,000 activity bus than we talk about student achievement. this motion is, or this item is to vote for the budget this year, not what we're going to do next summer or next year. And we don't need to complicate this item with that. And I strongly believe that you need to know what you want to look for. I would like to know what you really want to look for. You don't have to tell me that now, rather than going through every single item. But unless you realize the need we have, what to accomplish everyone, looking at the money's going to do nothing at all. And so I strongly oppose the amendment. Thank you.
I might add as well, the reference to using all excess, I'm not exactly sure what your term was, Mr. Hensley, but a good portion of the funds from COVID relief to do routine maintenance or unfunded capital repairs is one that I have to stop and pause at as well. Whether it's library books, whether it's teacher assistants in first and second grade classes, whether it's additional teachers in fourth and fifth grade to help those struggling third graders catch back up over the next few years. We have got to really focus our money, our use of these COVID funds on doing the things that are going to bring our children back to a competitive level. And I don't know that capital repairs should be at the top of the list. As much as I agree that we have an extensive list and that we are making slow but steady progress on it, there's still much more that can be done. I don't think we can lose the focus on the need to cut class sizes and provide extra help, whether it's through nurses and social workers, or psychologists, whether it's with teacher assistants, whatever it might be. We've got to serve the immediate needs of the students as well, and I think they have to come first. Mr. Nixon?
I have two additional comments. One is, we have to understand too, that we're talking about a lot of micromanagement here. It's our responsibility to provide the superintendent what he needs to get the job done with the money that's available, which is not enough. Not to remind you too that in 2019, the state of North Carolina ranked 47th in per pupil spending and 49 in the percentage of domestic gross product spent on K-12 public schools. And I think it's important that we have to remember that we're judging Dr. Primacy on doing a job, and if you have somebody to advise that you're evaluating, and you tell somebody what to do, who are you evaluating? Even if you tell them everything to do, which is, if anybody's been in business knows that doesn't work. Somebody to do their job, my understanding always was, as a manager, they had to understand what their job was, they had to demonstrate that they had the capability to do it, and they had to have the tools they needed to get the job done. We've got the first two, but we don't have the tools we need to get it done because of the amount of money we're receiving from the state. Thank you.
Mr. Hensley?
I have a procedural question. So I would like to amend my amendment by removing the third item. How do I do that?
Simply, since the question hasn't been called, you can withdraw your amendment and start fresh. It will allow one amendment to motion, not an amendment to an amendment. We have to either vote on your motion to amend.
Would you like to start over?
I don't want to exactly start over, but I would like to withdraw my motion and make another motion removing the third item, if that's allowed.
Madam Chair, this is a point of order. I think all he has to do is withdraw his motion, okay? And now he's making a new motion consisting of the first two planks of this motion. And I think we're fine.
Yeah, but that's what we said. We're going to let him restate his first two items, however, to make it as a new
That was the COVID-19 relief to the largest extent allowed by law.
And then I have another comment. As far as this infrastructure goes, it's perfectly clear the commissioners are responsible for all our maintenance and capital needs, and it's not fulfilling their responsibility. If the rest of you consider cutting our operational budget to infrastructure, when the county has all the money they need to do what they think to do it, and I don't understand why they're not doing it.
Okay, so Mr. Hensley, what are the amendment is your
So let me formally withdraw my amendment.
Okay.
So it's withdrawn, right?
It's withdrawn.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend, and the motion has 2 points. The first point is that as part of this proposal, we require that during the summer of calendar year 2021, we do a line-by-line review of operational budget and create a ground-up zero-based budget. So that's number one. Number two, that during calendar year 2021, that we truly address and negotiate with the county commissioners in good faith a plan to fully fund the $110 to $130 million capital repairs and maintenance plan.
We made that 21, 22, I think is what you're going to vote for.
Correct, I stated calendar year 2021, but yes, during academic year 2021, 2022.
Okay, so what I have down for your motion is that we will proceed with a line-by-line analysis of the budget with the plan to start with a zero-based budget for 22-23, and that we would have a pledge to negotiate with the commissioners to deal with the deferred maintenance that we know is in something in excess of $103 million.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So that's the 2 parts. Okay. Is a second required?
Yes.
Okay, second is required. Is that Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Okay, second, Mr. Holmes, seconded. All right, so are there questions or discussion about these 2 parts of the amendment? Let me go back to Mr. Holmes.
So just a couple follow-up points. Again, I did not see it on the calendar, so I was not aware that this was already in the works to do line by line. We did talk about it in the superintendent's committee meeting, as Ms. Thompson mentioned, but I wanted to ensure it happened, and that's why I want to tie it to this resolution. The second thing is, as I stated earlier, I truly believe that we do have an opportunity with this board to solve a long-standing elephant in the room with the county commissioners, to sit down and over a year truly address it, because Mr. Dennis is right, it is the county's responsibility to fund that. On the other hand, they do give us $30 million a year, and we choose to spend a large part of that on operational stuff. So part of this is our choice, and part of it is, anyway, I believe that we can sit down with this county commissioners and come up with a 10-year plan and truly address it and quit kicking the can down the curb.
Well, I agree with you. As we've talked through this multiple times, not just with the budget committee, we do know that those needs need to be addressed. And we do know that our primary way of getting them addressed is through our county commissioners, as well as good management of the monies that we are already being given. So I don't think there's anyone that would dispute the fact that we would like to see improvements continue to be made as we go on. I don't know that I think that this amendment is actually necessary to passing the budget bill. I think that what you have put out there, the approach to the commissioners and the line-by-line address to the budget, which is already scheduled, are going to occur. So, whether or not it's part of this actual budget resolution in which we are simply adopting the budget as presented by the superintendent to the board, that these changes are really not necessary.
Madam Chair, call the question.
Mr. Lee had asked to speak prior to that.
Thank you. I've heard many times people object to something by saying, well, it's unnecessary and we're going to do it anyway. My response to that is always, if you think that's the case and we're going to do it anyway, why not agree to it and let's be unified on the subject? Obviously, Mr. Hensley, and I do too, want to see a zero-based budget. And I think it's important to make a statement here that we're going to try to do a zero-based budget. And I don't know where that's going to come out. I don't know whether we will find out that we may need more positions or we will need fewer positions. And I appreciate the chair saying that we will do this zero-based budget this summer. Pardon?
We gotta get through this budget cycle and then we will begin. So it will be early fall as we start. Because we won't know about this current budget until the end of June, end of July.
So whatever.
So this budget cycle finishes.
We're going to start the current budget. I don't care whether it's in May, June, July. We have an entire year to work on that. And it's going to take a lot of work. But let's pledge to do that. And more than that, we have 100, I believe it was 120 million or something like that in deferred maintenance. I don't see how you can teach a child in a schoolroom where the roof leaks. I think that just as important as teachers, you know that I am in favor of 4th and 5th grade being the same in terms of teacher ratio as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see it in all grades because I believe that the only way to really help our educational system is to cut severely the size of our classrooms. Okay? So these are things that we need to do. But we need to go to the county commissioners and we need to ask the county commissioners for the money. And we need to give them a plan. And actually what I think this is going to do, if we pass this amendment, is we're going to be saying to the county commissioners, give us this budget that we're asking you to give us today. Okay? And we are going to come back to you with a plan to actually fix your schools. And I think that will be an impetus for the county commissioners to pass our budget because I really want to see I want to see us get more money for technology, more money for teachers and the like. And we show them that we're serious about fixing these leaky roofs and these heating systems and the like. And we show them the plan, and we commit to that plan. They're going to give us what we want this year. And let me also say one last thing, and that is inflation is expected to rise severely. That means property values are going to rise well. And I believe into the next year, we'll get a projection of some healthy property taxes for our schools and for our children. And with that money, we can present a plan to the county commissioners to fix our schools. And I think that we'll gain great respect from the county commissioners to do it. So therefore, I will support this amendment because at worst, as the chair says, we're going to be doing it anyway. Well, I think it makes a great statement to the county commissioners. So
before we call the question, I just wanted to inquire on Mr. Cox. Didn't we work from a zero-based budget 2 years ago? I think, I believe I remember from Dr. Grimsey that he had his staff again from the bottom. And it may be more than 2 years ago. It could have been 3 years ago. So Dr. Grimsey, you can correct me.
Yeah, so this is my second budget cycle. We have started to work towards that zero-based budget in our planning. Is it a full-fledged zero-based budget? I would say no. We have started working toward that for this point. And also, if you allow me, Madam Chair, Mr. Hensley mentioned that there are only 3 lines. He's seen what's in state funds. If you look at the very back of the budget information, there is much more detailed information on where those funds are going. It's not a line-by-line budget as we're committing to do going forward. But for state funds, 83 million, there's about 60 lines back there telling you how those funds will be spent as opposed to the 3 just for information purposes. So there is more detailed information instead of just the 3 lines.
Please point to the link where that information is provided.
So this is executive summary. If you click on, if you go to the budget information, it starts at the very back on page 26. That's the last one. Page 26 here is your breakdown of your state funds. And this is done by each pot that the state provides to us. So for example, if you see there 001 is classroom teachers. So we tell you what we're anticipating getting for classroom teachers. 002 is your central office administration. So we tell you the amount we're expecting to receive for each of those pots. And we do it by state, federal. Local doesn't give it to us, they give one lump sum, but it's broken out how it's been requested that we put that local budget together and so forth.
Is that included in the presentation and work session?
We did not go through each line, but the information has been there for every budget presentation we've made. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. You know, the scary thing about the budget and about Mr. Hensley's amendment is not what it would get us, because I wholeheartedly support the idea of being able to do the deferred and routine maintenance that we have not been able to accomplish. Where I am hesitant is to get the support of the commissioners, and I know you feel very firmly that they're going to step up and say they want to provide this amount of money. And if that is the case, then with open arms, we will accept that amount of money from the commissioners such that we can begin these repairs and continue with maintenance. Having been disappointed multiple times before, I'm afraid that we may be disappointed again. But if we don't ask, then we'll never know. So perhaps this is the time to ask further.
And that's the point of my amendment, is to commit ourselves to trying. Bind ourselves to try on the second point.
Are there other comments or questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Does the amendment specifies that the line-by-line budget review will occur in the summer, is that correct?
No, I think that we were agreeable to make it by the start of the school year, because we had scheduled it for October, the beginning of October, I believe, Dr. Mercy.
That's not the way I heard it.
I know, but we had printed it out that it was scheduled. We need to get through this budget cycle such that we can start the next.
Correct. The superintendent is correct. I did specify that it would happen over the summer, because in my mind that was just seemed to be the slow period. But the intent is that it happen this calendar year before we start into the next budget cycle.
Maybe we can word it as to begin with the budget process for 21-22.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Sir?
That the review take place before the end of the calendar, you specified before the end of the calendar.
Before the end of this current calendar year?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to review the wording of his amendment again?
To be very strictly formal, to withdraw and start over, I think it's also fine with unanimous consent of the board. If the minutes will reflect that it was this is a clarification of Mr. Hensley's motion. It's already made and seconded. I'm not sensing any dispute Mr. Hensley's agreeable to that change. So,
Are we agreeable to it specifying before the, I'm sorry, what was that word? As with the start of the calendar year?
the review be completed before the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
And while I'm chiming in, just one other point of clarification. I take this as it's less of an amendment to the budget as conditions attached to the budget, the sort of complementary agreement. And I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. This budget will be approved as presented, but in addition, these two additional actions that Mr. Hensley has stated would take place. Is that a fair understanding? I just want to make sure the board.
That's not what it is.
Okay, so it's, whether we call it an amendment, that's fine. It's just, but it's not a change. It doesn't reflect a change in the budget as presented. It's two additional actions related to the budget that will also.
All right, we're going to go ahead and treat it as an amendment, since we have called it that so far. And Mr. Dennison has called the question. Is there any further discussion? All right, then on the matter of the amendment to this resolution, which calls for a line-by-line examination of the budget leading to a zero-based budget, and an effort in goodwill faith to work with the county commissioners to further fund much needed maintenance and repairs to the capital areas of the budget. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, the motion carries 5-1.
Move the previous motion.
All right, so now we return to the actual budget issue, which is to approve the to approve the budget as the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2021-22 as presented by the superintendent. Are there questions or comments about this budget? Yeah, I guess I can't let this go without saying a little something about the per pupil expenditure as we have talked about it in our budget meetings and in our board meetings. And I know, as we all do, that what it comes down to on the bottom line is that we take the number of students enrolled in our Moore County schools and we take the number of students enrolled in our charter schools, we add them together, and then we divide whatever sum of money the commissioners have appropriated to us, and that is the per pupil expenditure. So that figure has always existed. We have just not referenced it repeatedly as we have done with this particular budget proposal. I would not like to see us reach a point that we would fund each individual school based on the per pupil expenditure of the students enrolled there. We have some very small schools that could not operate if they were based solely on per pupil expenditure. And very small schools do some very special things, and we would definitely impact their ability to provide services if we were to ever go to breaking down per pupil. And so I want to have people understand that I do not support that aspect of it. Now, we also are suggesting a framework to the commissioners of how to fund our budget over the next few years to continue to see an increase if the state continues to increase, and obviously to be held harmless for a year if the state doesn't happen to give us an increase or actually gives us a decrease. We do not know if the commissioners will accept that idea, but it does give us a working platform to approach them and to perhaps convince them that this will be a benefit to their planning as well as to our planning as the years go on. So if this approach that we've not been successful in presenting them with other approaches, I guess we can try this one, and if it doesn't go through, then we'll look for something else. But it is very difficult for our staff and Dr. Grimacy to come up with a budget every year to know that commissioners just routinely will not fund it all. So if this helps us toward that, I'm all for it. Yes, sir.
So I'd just like to make one comment. First of all, I recognize the difficulty in doing a budget, and with 12,000 students and 1,200 employees and all the different funds and all the different strings tied to it, I appreciate the complexity of it and the difficulty in doing it. And I think Mr. Cox and his team and everyone who participates in it, obviously setting the budget goes all the way from the classroom all the way up to the finance person, to the superintendent. The amendments that we made address my concerns with the budget. I realize that myself and the other new board members came in mid-stride to the budget process. But I do want to understand, I want to make sure everybody, including the public, understands, what's under the hood. So that was the intent. So I now have no objections to the budget, and I can assure you that if we pass this resolution, I'm 110% behind it, and I will do everything I can within my powers. I think we all will, talking with people in the community, talking with people within the local government to get this funded and get these long-standing problems solved. So thank you.
We have passed amendments, so the only thing we need now is a motion to approve the amended budget.
need a second.
All right, so the motion was made, seconded.
I just want to make one statement, Madam Chair, just very briefly. And that is, I appreciate your statement that we do not do per pupil expenditure in any given school. As a matter of fact, inside any given school, we would never do per pupil expenditure. It costs us more to educate a certain section of students than it costs to educate many other students. And we have varying degrees of need in our various schools. Some of our restart schools need a little extra because we want to bring them up. Okay? Some of our other schools, those schools which are doing well, thank heaven, I'd like to spend even more money on them, but they're giving us the ability to help our restart schools. So to say that we would ever want to say to a student, you're only worth X amount of dollars, is not the case. What we're really saying to the county commissioners is that we want to make sure that as our enrollment rises, and it will rise, because this area is growing tremendously. And as it rises, we will need more money to cover those students, and we want to make sure that we have a per pupil expenditure that rises with inflation, as well as the number of students. So I just wanted to make that clear that we're not looking at per pupil expenditures within any school. And lastly, I wanted to say to the staff, thank you very much. You guys have worked tirelessly. Dr. Ramsey, you worked tirelessly in getting us the budget out. Forgive us because we're trying to go just to do that little extra mile. But it doesn't mean that we don't appreciate the hard work that everyone has done on this budget. And we're going to try our best to pass it and get it to the county commissioners and get them to approve it, because it's a good budget. And it will be, even next year's will be an even better budget. So thank you for that.
I just want to make it clear, the per pupil we're talking about state budget, not federal. Right.
Local funding. It's no local funding per pupil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but you want to base it on the state.
Correct. The rate of increase is tied. The rate of increase is correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And there's lots of nuances, as the chair alluded to, because we want a fail-safe. We want a safe harbor and other things. So there's nuances, but yes.
I see no further hands raised to make comments. Someone like to call the question?
Let's call the question.
Mr. Lee, thank you. Is there a second on that one? Thank you, Mr. Holmes. All right, all those in favor of making the superintendent's proposed operating budget, the budget of the Board of Education, please say aye.
Aye.
Point of order, don't we need to make it an amended budget or an amended motion?
As amended.
As amended?
Yes. All those opposed? All right, the budget carries 6-0. Thank you. And again, I think we all echo Mr. Levy's comments there about the intense amount of work that has gone into preparing this budget and to see to the needs of our Moore County children. We'll now move on to the sale of Southern Pines Elementary School.
I'd like Mr. Moran to come to the microphone and be supported by Mr. Rainey.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. As a goal, take two. Good evening, Board members. Dr. Grimsey, thank you again. As you recall, with the sale of the Southern Pines Elementary School, as reported in the board monthly update a couple months ago, there was a time period for due diligence and closing, and we outlined that for the board. I'll remind you of it today. The due diligence period expired on March 26th, and that triggered the final sale to occur by March 5th. So this was all in accordance with the purchase agreement that the board had approved for the sale of the school. On the afternoon of March 29th, the same day that you had your board work session, Council for Moore County Schools, the Honoree, we received communication from Moore Montessori's legal counsel that the town of Southern Pines had unexpectedly informed the school that they would need to petition for a special use permit to operate a school at the school site. The reasoning they gave to the legal counsel from Moore Montessori was that the school had been abandoned and therefore required a new special use permit for the new school. Council for Moore Montessori attempted to resolve the issue as quickly as possible, and they continue to, and they remain highly motivated to close as soon as possible. Moore Montessori has proclaimed contractors to come in and perform some minor improvements prior to the commencement of their new school year in the fall, and also for the termination of their current lease. The attached amendment to the purchase contract retroactively, because again the closing was on April 5th, extends the closing date by 90 days, and that puts it to and including July 4th. This provides 60 days of additional time that Moore Montessori had requested, and it anticipates any necessary special unforeseen contingencies of 30 days to get to 90 days. Both, again, parties, you, the board, council, staff, and Moore Montessori remain very motivated to close the deal as fast as possible. And so the Honoree are here to respond to any questions you may have about this extension on the closing date.
And actually, Madam Chair, if I may, a little brief update. I didn't get a chance to tell Mr. Graff on the way down here, but just today I spoke with Moore Montessori's attorney. We do believe that the problems are being resolved. There should be no problems with closing, and there should be no trouble getting this done fairly soon. But as Mr. Graff said, since technically the closing date has already expired, I think an extension still makes sense. But everyone expects this to continue very, very quickly this month.
Are there questions from Mr. Moran? All right, seeing none, we'll proceed with the vote.
Madam Chair, we have, I'm not sure we have.
Oh, yeah, I have to have a motion. I can tell.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for the attached amendment to the contract with sale of Old Southern Pines Elementary site to extend the deadline for closing for an additional 90 days to and including July 4th, 2021.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, proceed to vote. All those in favor of extending the deadline for the sale of the school, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. All right, at this time, we are ready for a superintendent's report.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and share it from where. Very good. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd like to use this opportunity to offer public notice of your intention to conduct a special work session at 3 p.m. Tuesday, April 27th. As you requested during your March 29th work session, the staff will use the April 27th session to present its recommended plan for expenditure of supplemental federal funds that are anticipated under phases 2 and 3 of the elementary and secondary school emergency relief grants, which we refer to as ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. As you may recall, May 5th is the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's deadline for submission of the school district's plan for expenditure of both our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds, if we want the funds to be available as of July 1. So in order to secure your review and approval of the plan prior to the deadline, we'll appreciate your feedback on April 27th and your final consideration and action as part of your regular monthly work session on Monday, May 3rd. You also will recall from the March 29th work session that our most updated estimate of funding under ESSER 2 would be $7.8 million. Just this past Friday, April 9th, we received final notice from DPI that the preliminary estimate of our ESSER 3 funding will be $17.5 million. That would be a total for the two funding programs of $25.3 million. So it stands to reason that we need to determine our priorities and concur on our goals, objectives, and intentions with both funding programs in mind, and also with the various regulations and restrictions associated with the funding, many of which were outlined by Dr. Locklear and Mr. Cox during your work session on March 29th. Otherwise, I have nothing more to add to the detailed report that Dr. Locklear and Mr. Cox provided on March 29th. That concludes my report, Madam Chair. I remain at your service.
Thank you very much. Those are very good comments. Lots of things we can do with that amount of money. All right, at this time we will go with board comments. Mr. Levy, would you like to start?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank those people who took the time to come, probably coming, who told us about their objections to the new social studies standards, as well as critical race theory. I think it's important that the public discuss this because we really do need to make sure that things like critical race theory are kept out of the Moore County school system. One of the things that critical race theory is just, it's been stated that those who are against critical race theory want to teach some sort of gloss over American history. But nothing is further from the truth. Down through time, everyone has wanted to look at history through certain lenses. The Marxists used to say that everything in history can be explained by class. Now people are saying things in history can be explained all by race. In the early days of chiropractic, and I don't want to insult any modern chiropractors, because modern chiropractic isn't done anything close to the early days of chiropractic. But in the early days of chiropractic, people thought that we could cure almost anything by manipulation of the spine. But you can't do that either. History is complicated. There are many explanations for history. And one of the things that we must do is give our students the ability to explore them. We don't want to turn them into social justice warriors. We don't want to turn them into anything except people who can think critically about things that go on in life. We want a group of people to graduate from our high schools who will be engaged civically, but who will think for themselves and not be part of any indoctrination. And I think a lot of people came to us today and told us that very thing. And I hope that we will follow through with that. One person also came today to talk about this term, playground English, and what we said during our work session about academic language and what is called playground or social language. What the person really did not understand is that the difference between social language and academic language has been studied for years and years. And it is actually, the entire discussion is a reason why we need to do dual language courses, because we understand that especially in the northern part of our county, there are students who can talk very well to each other in English on the playground, but cannot converse in the academic language of social studies, of science, and the like. And that is the reason why we try to make sure that we give a bilingual education as a transition, and I do underline, as a transition into a full English education. So this whole idea of academic language, and it takes, I believe we were told, approximately I believe they told us 7 years, but the research is 5 to 7 years for a student to transition into academic language. And so when you talk about such things, we're actually supporting our students in the northern part of the county who need language support and our English as second and our ESL students, because they truly need our support. And I wanted to thank everyone here today for once again reopening our schools 5 days a week, face to face. I see in California, as I said before, that they are just now talking about it. We don't just talk about it, we do it here. And if we can do such things, then we can do just about anything. And we can work as a group to do all the things we need to do for our students and for our faculty and for our staff. So I appreciate the ability to participate in that way today.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Lee, you took my time, I knew.
Should be supersonic lawyer.
Mr. Tennyson.
No problem.
Mr. Tennyson.
I have 2 comments. First, I once again want to thank everyone. I'm glad our schools are back open full time. I want to thank everybody from the superintendent on down to their efforts. I never thought I would say this, but I'm actually happy to be stuck behind school buses on my way to work. It's a good thing, and every time I see a school bus, it makes me smile. I do have one thing that Mr. Steve Woodward, a Pinehurst resident, wanted to appear here today to make a comment. And I have his comments here, and I'm going to read them into the record. I'll be brief as this one page is. Please keep in mind that his views are not necessarily aligned with mine, but I would like to read his comment real quick. So Mr. Woodward wrote, Mr. Martin Luther King Jr., a champion of black equality, urged that Americans be judged by the content of their character, regardless of skin color or ethnicity. American history, as well as history of mankind, has known untold numbers of people who have occupied this planet while demonstrating a complete character void. In contrast, the great American experiment has revealed the goodness endowed in us by our Creator and has seen America, in a relative blink of an eye, become the greatest force for good and redemption the world has ever known. This is the overarching lesson that every school child should be taught, despite the flaws of humanity that have scarred our history. The character that is our foundation always has overcome our shortcomings and sins against God. Therefore, in the 21st century, we have a duty to oppose those who seek to present America's history as little more than a story of perpetuated racism and inequality. If we fail to reject the hijacking of public education curriculum by Marxists and socialists, we will destroy education and transform classrooms into indoctrination centers. And sadly, this has already been happening under our noses. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment is that we're now almost 13 months into the national local COVID-19 pandemic. We all know it too well. We've lived it, we've breathed it. At this time, we know of school districts across our state that are just beginning to return to school on Plan B, and some districts are still all virtual learning. Thank you to Dr. Grimacy, our senior leaders, principals, teachers, and all of our support staff within the district for their extra efforts of going over and beyond to get all of our students back in the classroom every day of the week for them to be engaged for succeeding in a safe and learning environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll wrap this up by giving a shout out and salute to all our recently named Teachers of the Year and Teacher Assistants of the Year. Their names were included by Dr. Adam Fels on our most recent Board Monthly Update. We have an incredible group of people who work in North County, so we applaud them all for this recognition and continue, as people are already doing, to thank you for all you have done and continue to do As Mr. Levy noted, while other systems are struggling to figure out how to reopen, Moore County is fully open and actively providing instruction in person, in the virtual classroom, and through our blended ed program. We offer opportunities for instruction in so many different ways, and a lot of our local citizens did not know of these options. To that end, we are now marketing into these fantastic opportunities. And if you are on social media, or perhaps read This Way or The Pilot, then you may have seen these ads and watched these videos. Some of them have appeared in the paper right next to those of charter schools and private schools. That's right, Moore County schools are ready to compete, and with this new marketing campaign, we will be getting the word out. I encourage each and every member of this board to do their part in getting the word out as well. As Mr. Hensley has repeatedly said, competition is good, and that competition will make the MCS better. Well, it's obvious from the well-thought-out marketing of our 3 innovative programs of instruction, Moore County Schools has what students need. We are here not just to compete, but to compete and win. Thank you, Ms. Murphy and Ms. May, for helping us compete and show our very competitive side. Thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion to return to closed session, noting that we will not...
No, sorry, just to clarify, you recessed the closed session earlier, so we can simply return since it's noted on the agenda.
Okay, we don't need a motion. Okay, we will return to closed session at this point, and I do not anticipate carrying out any business when we return to adjourn. Thank you very much. right, I'll call the meeting back to order, and this time I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.